Have you previously played King's Quest V? Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip. Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for clues to complete the game.
My castle! What has happened?
Ooh, I can tell you what happened.
What?
Ooh, I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all. Yes, I did.
You did? Well then, what happened?
Ooh, it was the powerful and evil wizard Mordak who did it. Ooh, I just happened to be visiting with an old friend when I saw him materialize out of thin air. Thank goodness he didn't notice me.
Don't stop now, go on.
He conjured up a terrible whirlwind that swirled faster and faster around the castle. With another incantation, Mordak then caused the wind to draw the castle up into the sky and out of sight. Ooh, it was something to see, all right.
Why would this wizard, Mordak, want my castle? What could he have against me and my family?
That I don't know. Ooh, I only know that it was Mordak who took your castle and your family. Well, perhaps I can help you. My employer also happens to be a wizard, which is why I recognized Mordak. Ooh, unlike Mordak, though, my employer is a very good wizard. His name is Crispin Arthur, but we all call him Crispin for short. The only problem is, you see... Woo-hoo-hoo! Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. The only problem is that Crispin is getting on in years and tends to be a bit forgetful.
I don't know. This doesn't sound as if it would work.
Oh, sure it would. Crispin is a very qualified wizard, one of the best. He just gets a little forgetful now and again, that's all. Now, where is it? Oh, I know I brought it with me. Aha! Here it is.
What is that?
Well, it is my opinion that you don't stand a chance against the likes of Mordak. Oh, excuse me for saying, Your Majesty, but you don't have a choice. You must come with me. I'm sure Crispin can help you.
What is that stuff?
Ooh, just some old leftover fairy dust I've been carrying around. Ooh, it'll help you to fly. You can follow me to the land of Serenia, where Crispin and I live. It's much too far to walk, you know. Ooh, I think the fairy dust is still good. Come on, up here! Follow me! There it is! Down here! Come on!
Okay, here I come.
Ooh, looks like the fairy dust just wore off.
Cedric? Where have you been? I've been calling for you. Well, well, what have we here? A bit clumsy, are you? Well, come on in the house and dry off. No sense sitting around like a wet dog. Cedric, go into the house and pour each of us a nice hot cup of tea.
Ooh, aye, aye, Crispin.
The Society of Wizards has always taken a dim view of Mordak and his abuse of his power. Why, he's even been put on suspension a few times. It never seems to do any good, though.
Crispin, why would Mordak want to take my family or castle? What did we ever do to him?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. Mordak is a very unpredictable wizard. I've never understood that evil mind of his.
Ooh, I thought perhaps you could help His Majesty, Crispin. That's why I brought him here.
Well, let me see now. I used to be a very powerful wizard at one time, you know, but I've gotten a little rusty lately.
A little rusty.
That's quite enough from you, Cedric.
Ooh, yes, sir, Crispin, sir.
I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out. But let's see what I can find. That won't do. That's all used up. It might work. Here, eat this.
What is that?
That's an old piece of magical white snake I had left over from last year. With it, you'll be able to communicate with the natural and animal world. You should find that quite helpful. Here's my old wand. I don't even know if it works anymore. Most of its power may be gone. You should know that wands are like pets. They've got to get to know you before they'll work for you. Just treat it with care and respect, and hopefully it will do something for you. You'd better get going, my boy. No telling what that confounded Morlack could be up to. You go with him, Cedric. Show him the way.
Oh,
Yes, you. Don't be such a coward. Now go on. You'd better get started.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all you've done for me.
I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty?
Please don't call me Your Majesty, Cedric. It's much too formal. I'd like it if you'd just call me Graham.
I'd be delighted to, Graham. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, the town. You might be able to find some supplies there. It's just over a little hill to the south, not too far.
Well then, let's be on our way, Cedric.
Impatiently, Cedric waits for Graham. A small cellar door is located under the house. Thick pane windows adorn the small house. It is difficult to see through them. Nestled among the trees of the forest sits the wizard Crispin's worn but cozy cottage. A tiny pond adds charm to Crispin's forested home. Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now.
Don't be wasting your time coming in here. Young man, I've done all I can for you. Now it's up to you. Well, anyway, I'm not going to be here for a little while. There's an emergency I have to attend to in a neighboring land. I'll try to keep an eye out for you, but this is something you and Cedric are going to have to do yourselves. I wish you the best, King Graham.
I appreciate all you've done, Crispin. I'll be on my way now.
The door to Crispin's house is now locked.
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
A large, venomous snake blocks Graham's passage to the east.
Stay away. This is my path.
In silence, the large serpent eyes Graham menacingly. Cedric keeps his eye on Graham while perched on a nearby tree branch.
See how the path goes to the east up into the mountains? That's the route to Mordack's castle. Ooh, if you follow the path to the south over the next rise, you'll come to the town.
Cedric seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a talkative mood. A worn dirt path wanders through a thick wood, alive with the sounds of many creatures. Between the trees, to the east, Graham can see the outline of a great mountain range. A rutted road leads into the town from the west, while a smaller path joins it from the north. Cedric waits for Graham just outside the small town.
Woo! If you follow this road along the river, you'll come to the town bakehouse. You might find something delicious. Useful there.
Cedric seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a talkative mood. Secure within a small pen, a spotted cow quietly chews her cud. A small tributary of the larger river powers an old water wheel as it flows through the town. The quaint little town of Serenia nestles at the base of a great snow-capped mountain range which rises sharply to the east.
If you're going into town, I'll just wait for you here. I had a nasty run-in with a big dog once, and I feel much safer out here.
While blocking an alleyway, a frustrated man fixes a broken wheel on his wagon. Graham notices an old wooden barrel on the street corner. Inside the barrel, Graham sees an old rotting fish. Graham leans way down into the barrel and removes, phew, the smelly old fish.
How goes it with you, good fellow?
Not well, I'm afraid. This old wagon's always giving me trouble.
Can I help you in any way?
Thank you kindly, but I think I can handle it.
All right then. Good luck.
Thanks. With this wagon, I'm gonna need it.
Top of the morning to you, sir.
How do you do? Hello. I'm Mister.
Quaint houses and little shops line the town's main cobblestone street. A small toy shop fronts the town's cobblestone street.
May I help you, sir?
I'm interested in buying something here.
Ah, let me show you some things. A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, what do you think?
Well, right now I'm just looking. Thanks anyway.
Sure. Whatever you say, I'm just here to help.
I don't like this at all.
The rude customer doesn't care to talk to Graham.
You expect me to wear this?
Not wishing to be put through another speech about fine shirts and trousers, Graham wisely keeps his mouth shut. The tailor, an aristocratic-looking man, attends solicitously to Graham as he looks at all the wares in the tailor shop.
Why, these trousers don't even fit!
An employee of the tailor, a friendly, good-looking young man, caters hopelessly to a disagreeable customer in the one dressing room. Being a good businessman, the solicitous tailor would love to sell something to Graham.
This shirt's too tight in the shoulders.
Here, let me help you with that. Oh, that cloak fits you perfectly. It just looks wonderful on you. Let me tell you, it will certainly keep you toasty warm during the coming winter. Let me know if you wish to buy it.
In the corner of the shop, draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick, fur-lined cloak. Not wishing to be put through
This isn't my style at all. Good day.
Out of my way, mister. Nice day, isn't it? Nice day, isn't it?
Graham notices a shiny silver coin lying forgotten on the street near the broken wagon. Bending down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street.
May I help you, sir?
I would like to buy that fine cloak hanging in the corner. Will you take a silver coin for it?
A silver coin? You must be joking. That beautiful cloak is worth much more than that.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
The shipment of carving wood hasn't come in yet. What should we do?
If it's not in by tomorrow, I'll send you to the sawmill.
Okay, Papa?
Grandpapa,
Yeah, my darling?
can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play with her, but just be careful.
All right, Grandpapa, I'll take care of her.
This is a fine little toy shop you have here. You must be very proud.
Danke, son. I've worked very hard at it over the years. But you know, you need to really love it. And I do.
Are most of these toys your creations?
Yeah, most of them. But not all. Some my son made, some I bought, some I traded for.
You're very talented.
Danke, danke. Well, let me know if I can help you.
The little girl is more interested in her doll. She pays no attention to Graham. Graham notices a strong little sled hanging on a side wall.
That's a fine sled, isn't it? Any child would love to have it.
Yes, I was just admiring the workmanship.
Danke. If you'd like to buy it, let me know.
A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl. A pretty little girl, who must be the toy maker's granddaughter, plays with a doll while grandfather looks on. The little girl seems happy enough playing with the doll. She needs nothing more. The old toy maker gives Graham the courtesy to look around the shop without pestering him.
Can I buy the sled with a silver coin?
9, I'm sorry. I'd love to sell it to you, but I'm afraid I need a bit more than that.
The town is busy with people going about their daily chores.
Take a look around if you want, but we don't have any shoes to sell you right now. We sold our last finished pair yesterday. Our business ain't doing so good anymore, and we're getting too old to keep trying.
Is there anything I can do to help?
There ain't nothing you can do, short of buying us out. But like I said, if you want to look around, feel free.
Okay, thanks.
The weary old woman has no interest in it. The shoemaker isn't even paying any attention to Graham. This old dog doesn't appeal to Graham. The poor woman has enough troubles of her own without worrying about Graham's. The old shoemaker wearily hammers tiny nails in a shoe sole. He doesn't even seem to notice Graham.
You don't have any shoes for sale, huh?
That's right. No shoes at all. We're making a pair right now, but it'll take a while. We're not as fast as we used to be.
Oh, that's okay. My own boots should carry me through the rest of my journey.
Sorry, son. We're doing the best we can.
The old shoemaker wearily hammers tiny nails in a shoe sole. He doesn't even seem to notice Graham. The old dog pays no attention to Graham. Business doesn't seem to be so good for the shoemaker and his wife. There isn't even one pair of shoes for sale, and the old couple look tired and worn out.
Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses, fetching blue eyes, and smooth creamy skin. Have you seen her anywhere about?
No, sorry, I haven't seen anyone like that.
That's what I figured. No one has seen her. I bet that a witch who lives in the dark forest had something to do with her disappearance.
I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her.
I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I'd better get back to looking for her. I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here. Thanks for your concern.
Graham feels the eyes of many creatures upon him as he follows a meandering path through the thick wood. Graham feels the... Cedric waits for Graham in a nearby tree.
If you walk to the south, you will find the town bakehouse. Ooh, there's nothing but a dark, scary forest to the north.
Cedric seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a talkative mood. What a wonderful bluebird! It could almost make Graham happy again if it wasn't for his family. The sign seems self-explanatory enough. Enter at your own risk. An old grandfather gnome sits contentedly on an old stump and smokes a large pipe while watching his grandson at play. Impatiently, Cedric watches Graham from the gnome's roof. Cedric seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a talkative mood.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. I was just noticing your son's marionette. It's very interesting. Where did you get it?
It's grandson, not son, and I made it for him. Why do you care?
I just wanted to comment on its artistry. It's very well done. I don't suppose it could be bought.
If it could, the price would be very steep. I reckon you couldn't afford it. Now, leave me and my grandson be.
Graham attempts to speak to the young gnome, but the boy seems to be very shy and doesn't answer.
I ain't in the mood to gab right now. Go find someone else to talk to. I ain't.
The entrance to the small house is through a crudely constructed door. In the distance to the north, Graham can see a lovely willow tree surrounded by a small pond. Impatiently, Cedric watches Graham from the gnome's roof. Cedric seems to be quietly contemplating their current situation, and so is not inclined to indulge in conversation right now. A graceful weeping willow tree grows beside a small pond created from her tears. In her branch-like arms she clutches a beautiful harp as a child would a cherished toy. Impatiently, Cedric waits for Graham. A lovely little pond surrounds the base of a beautiful weeping willow tree.
She plays. Let's try to cheer her up, Graham.
find this heart of mine, taken from me for some time. Here I stand near my pool of tears, here I'll stay throughout my years.
Miss Willow?
Yes?
You can talk?
Why, of course I can. What did you expect?
Well, I've never seen a talking tree before. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong, can't you tell? I'm not really a tree. I'm really a princess. You see, my fiancé and I were walking through this wood when a nasty old witch came along and was instantly charmed by my handsome prince. When he naturally refused her advances, she jealously banished him to a faraway land and turned me into a tree. Then she stole my heart.
Stole your heart?
Yes, she turned my heart to gold and took it away with her. The only way I can become human again is to have my heart brought back. Now, all I have to cheer me up is my harp. It's quite magical, you know. It plays the sweetest music you've ever heard. Now please, leave me alone in my sorrow.
Ooh, keep your eye on the gypsies, Graham. I don't trust them.
Within the gypsy encampment, Graham notices a tall, burly man who keeps a suspicious eye on him and Cedric. A large ox, tied to the gypsy's wagon, peacefully munches on grass. A gypsy wagon is encamped here at the edge of the woods. On the side of the wagon, the words "Fortune Teller" have been painted. Graham finds the huge beast completely uninteresting. The ox's mouth is too full of grass to even attempt a conversation with Graham. The sullen man doesn't appear to be the conversational sort.
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madamushka.
A steaming pot of stew bubbles over a small campfire near the gypsy wagon. A colony of large ants parade up and down a huge anthill built amid some scrubby bushes. The ants are too busy to engage in conversation with Graham. The ants don't seem to take kindly to uninvited trespassing. Tisk, tisk. Graham should know better than to feed the bears. A large bear seems to be very interested in the honey inside the old tree. Graham should be very careful around a big old bear. The bear is too intent on the honey to listen to Graham. The bear is more interested in the honey. Not being much of a honey eater, Cedric shows little interest in the beehive. Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now. It is but a common silver coin. Phew! This smelly old fish is disgusting. The old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it.
I'm Queen Beatrice, kind sir. I wish to thank you ever so much for saving our hive from the claws of that horrible bear. In return, I offer you a luscious honeycomb from our hive. Please feel free to retrieve one. I promise my bees won't harm you. It may come in handy on your travels.
These aren't very talkative bees. It appears the bees have a hive inside the hole of the old dead tree. Graham reaches a hand into the beehive and retrieves a very sticky chunk of honeycomb. Wrapping it in a protective piece of cloth, he then pockets it. These aren't very... It would be wise if Graham didn't bother the bees. Graham has already taken a honeycomb. It wouldn't be wise to antagonize the now friendly bees. Graham bends down and picks up the large stick from the ground. Honey drips at the edges of the honeycomb chunk. It appears to be an average stick of wood. Graham has no desire to put the dirty honeycomb in his mouth, no matter how tempting the honey may be.
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert further west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
A small oasis. Its tantalizing water, so sparkling in the desert sun. Graham's hot, thirsty body is irresistibly drawn to it. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham could now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. The 'Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham? A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill. A mangy old dog digs playfully at the huge anthill while the poor ants scurry about frantically. The dog doesn't seem to be a friendly sort at all. The dog is more interested in the anthill than in Graham.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Antony the Great. May I ask who you are?
Why, certainly. I'm King Graham of Daventry, and this is my friend Cedric. We're seeking a way to cross the great mountains to the ocean on the other side.
That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would reconsider. But if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help, if perchance you may ever need it.
Thank you very much, King Antony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again.
A colony of large ants.
Oh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert to the west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Oh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
A rutted road. A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn. Graham watches with surprise as a contingent of ants marches into the haystack and begins to swarm through it.
There was a way that we could be of help to you. Look here. We found a golden needle in the haystack. I'd like to present it to you. Perhaps you can find a use for it.
Why, thank you, King Antony. I'm honored.
Good luck in your travels, King Graham. And be careful.
Back down the road to the east, you will run into the bakehouse.
The bakehouse door beckons to all hungry travelers.
Ooh, I'll wait for you here, Graham.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
Good day, madam. That pie looks awfully good.
Ah, yes. My family will enjoy it, I'm sure.
She seems to be in too much of a hurry to talk to Graham.
Here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies. Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
Delicious, mouth-watering custard pies lining the tables and countertop attract Graham's eyes and nose. The wonderful smells of the bakehouse set Graham's stomach to rumbling and his mouth to watering. The Baker brothers seem to have a pet, a large mangy cat. Graham can see the bakehouse kitchen through the partially open Dutch door. Delicious mouth. The baker, a large, sturdy fellow, waits for customers behind a pie-covered counter. The baker, a large, sturdy fellow. In the kitchen of the bakehouse, Graham can see another big, burly man doing the day's baking. The baker's brother is too busy to chat with Graham.
Everything looks so delicious, it's hard to decide what to buy.
Everybody has that problem, but what a problem to have.
Those custard pies look most delicious.
Yes, they're made from a recipe handed down from our dear Mama and her Mama before her.
It's still hard to decide, though.
Well, take your time, there's no hurry.
Graham waits to further bother the baker until a decision for purchase has been made.
Sir, I would like to purchase one of your custard pies.
These pies cost 1 silver coin each.
I've got it right here. Here you go.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
This is a large golden needle. This is a large golden needle. The old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it. The custard pie looks delicious.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
Papa,
Look in the trunk upstairs. I think I put them there.
I'll do that.
Grandpapa,
Yeah, my darling?
can I keep this?
Now,
Alright, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her.
May I help you, sir? My golden needle! Wherever did you find it?
It was in a haystack by the country inn.
By the inn? Oh yes, I remember visiting there not long ago. Oh, vulgar man, that innkeeper. He has no scruples at all.
Well, I'm glad to see you've got your golden needle back. I wonder, could you possibly see fit to give me that wonderful cloak in exchange for it?
The cloak? Well, why not? It's yours, for the price of a golden needle.
Thank you, kind sir. I'm sure it will help me on my travel.
I'm sure it will. Good luck. Au revoir.
Not wishing to be put through another speed, the young man is too busy with another customer.
I don't like this at all.
A broken wagon blocks access to a smaller side street. A broken wagon.
Top of the morning to you, sir.
Ooh, is that a new dance, Graham? The Boogaloo? Ooh, there's nothing but a...
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon. A small pool of water has formed in the space between the two rocks. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
Open sesame!
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll. The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. With disgust, Graham looks at a drunken bandit lying face down in the desert sand, completely passed out. A large clay jar full of water stands by the campfire. A beautiful harem girl belly dances for the merrymaking bandits within the larger tent. Overhearing loud music and drunken laughter from within the larger tent, Graham guesses the bandits must be celebrating their latest plunder. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. The bandits' horses rest in the desert sun, while their unsavory owners revel within the large tent. A lone camel waits near the large tent, while its owner celebrates inside.
An intruder!
That wasn't a very smart move, Graham. There doesn't seem to be any activity within the smaller tent. Taking care to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession. Graham should avoid the bandit at all costs.
Thanks again for all your help.
Who are you? A spy!
That wasn't a very smart move for Graham to make.
Who are you? A spy!
That wasn't a... Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. A small well. Graham's hot, thirsty body is irresistibly drawn to it. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. Looming majestically before him, the massive temple door beckons tantalizingly to Graham. Stone statues of Pegasus seem to guard the old crumbling temple. Stone statues carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and friezes.
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke!
Treasure? Treasure piled everywhere. The sparkling brilliance of it overwhelms Graham as he peers around the temple's dim interior. Oh my! Look at all this treasure! Hurry! The exit door is about to close. Cheer up, Graham. At least you can practice your game of tiddlywinks. The jeweled staff is obviously the work of an expert craftsman. This fine cloak is thick and warm.
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Bending down, Graham hurriedly picks up the gold coin from the temple floor. Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
Phew, that was close.
This is an old, tarnished brass bottle.
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Graham should know better than to keep things bottled up inside. The staff lies in several broken pieces on the temple steps. The staff lies in several broken pieces on the temple steps. The staff is broken and is of no use anymore. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. The high
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
It is a shiny gold coin. This is an old, tarnished brass bottle.
You may see Madame Mushka now.
Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
So, you are here to see Madame Mushka, no? Well, come closer. Sit down. I will tell you your fortune. Already I can tell that you are on a quest of great urgency. We will see what we can find out for you. Look, Ingram. Look into the crystal ball.
Look, Mananan, look what I have for you. Take a good look at what you did to my brother, Alexander. Because of you, he's doomed to spend the rest of his days as a cat, and there's nothing I can do about it. But you can do something about it. Since you're the one that did this to him, you're the only one who can turn him back again. Back to the wizard Mananan.
Alexander!
I don't know how, Mordak. I'm not a wizard. I just happened to stumble across some magic spells and accidentally turned your brother into a cat. I didn't mean it. Please believe me, Mordak. I don't know how to turn him back into a wizard.
You're holding out on me, little man. You're taking advantage of my good nature, but not for long. If I don't get a change of tune from you soon, I'll feed your family to the cat, starting with your dear mother. Remember what I said. I'll only give you a little more time to decide before your family becomes cat food.
That is all. But I see that your mission is very dangerous indeed. I will give you something to help you. Here, wear this. It is a magic amulet. It will protect you against all but the most powerful magic. Good luck, King Ram. Be careful. That Mordek is a bad one.
Thank you, Madame Mushka.
The sullen man doesn't appear to be the conversational sort.
Madame Mushka is tired. No more for today.
There's nothing but a...
The scraggly bushes of the dry brushland. The scraggly bushes of... It looks like something may be after him. It looks like... Too bad. Even the stink... too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Ooh, there's nothing.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. Oh-oh. A picked clean and sun-bleached skeleton lies in the sand of the hot, dry desert. What happened? Who can say? But it makes Graham uneasy nevertheless. An old shoe lies forgotten near the poor skeleton. The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun. The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. Too bad. The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon. Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Suddenly, frantic squeaking. Suddenly, Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
Oh, thank you, good sir. You saved my life. My children and I will never forget your kindness. Maybe someday I'll be able to return the favor. Oh, I hear my children calling. Goodbye, until we meet again.
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
A flea-bitten old dog lies asleep in the corner. Graham notices three rough-looking men huddled over the bar in serious conversation. Since they're talking in such low tones, Graham can't quite hear what they're saying. The Country Inn's tavern looks a bit shabby and run down. At the bar, Graham notices three men.
Ooh, I'll wait.
The three men haven't noticed Graham yet. Perhaps if he got a little closer...
You know that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey, boss! This guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rob him out.
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds.
I told you I'd repay your kindness when you saved me from that horrible cat. Good luck, friends.
Lying in a heap on the stone floor, Graham sees the rope that once held him captive. Graham stoops down and picks up the sturdy rope from the stone floor. Graham has unfortunately found himself locked in the Country Inn's dusty, dirty cellar. Graham has unfortunately found himself... There is nothing of interest inside the old rat hole. In one corner of the cellar, Graham notices a large rat hole. Graham has unfortunately found himself... A rusty padlock securing the door prevents Graham from leaving the cellar. Cedric perches nervously on a tree limb at the edge of a gloomy forest.
Back to the east is Crispin's house.
Cedric is too busy looking around and doesn't seem to be paying any attention to Graham at the moment. The sign seems self-explanatory enough. Enter at your own risk. The amulet is attached to a soft leather thong. The magic amulet begins to glow softly as Graham slips it over his head. He then carefully tucks the amulet into the front of his tunic, hiding it from sight.
Oh, no! Oh, I'm not going in there! Can't you read the sign?
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here.
Go if you want to. I'll wait here.
Numerous roots, rocks, and ruts choke the narrow forest path, which branches either to the right or to the left. To Graham's great relief, it appears that the witch's magic has been stopped by the amulet he is wearing, just as Madame Mushka said it would.
What's this?
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Good. That old witch won't be seen here for a long time. But now, how to get out of this dreadful forest?
A small door built into the trunk of a large twisted tree catches Graham's attention. A crude little door has been built into the trunk of this large, grotesque tree. Graham tugs firmly on the door in the tree, but finds it securely locked. A crude, misshapen structure, which remotely resembles a house, sits forlornly in the center of the gloomy forest. A crevasse spewing hot steam and licks of flames surrounds it. What's this? Why, it's a little key. A small, intricate spinning wheel is put away in the trunk. Reaching a hand into the trunk, Graham retrieves the small spinning wheel. A small leather pouch is tucked away in the drawer. Graham reaches the drawer and removes the leather pouch. The old witch's house has been crudely fashioned from an old tree trunk and salvaged stone. Being cold and creepy, Graham finds he would just as soon hurry up and leave. A set of stone steps, much too narrow for Graham's larger body, wind precariously upward in the back of the room. The old witch's house has been crudely The winding steps are much too narrow. The trunk is now empty. There is nothing else inside the drawer. The incense burner is now empty. It is a tiny brass key. The small leather pouch is drawn tightly closed. This appears to be a small, intricately constructed spinning wheel. Upon opening the leather pouch, Graham discovers 3 sparkling emeralds. The leather pouch contains 3 beautiful emeralds. The trio of sparkling emeralds dazzle the eyes. Graham finds that the little key fits perfectly in this lock. Graham is charmed to find a little golden heart inside the door of the twisted old tree. Reaching into the little door of the tree, Graham extracts the little golden heart. From here, the narrow rocky path leads east and south through the gloomy forest. Graham squeezes the honeycomb as hard as he can, which causes the honey to drip out of it onto the ground, creating a sticky little puddle at his feet. Now all that's left of the honeycomb is a piece of beeswax, which Graham puts back in his pocket.
Please, let me go. I beg of you.
Why should I do that? What will you do for me?
I'll show you the way out of the forest, if you let me go.
How do I know I can trust you?
I give you my word. An elf never breaks his word.
Well, it's against my better judgment, but okay.
Move over, Rocky. You're in our way.
Sorry.
Follow me! In here!
Graham has entered a secluded clearing in a quieter, more pleasant area of the dark forest. A small hole burrows in at the base of an immense tree.
Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
Hey! Over here! I've got something for you. I never take anything without giving in return. For your generosity in giving me those exquisite emeralds, I give you my finest pair of shoes. May they help you in your quest. Follow that passage over there. It's the way out of the dark forest.
Thank you very much for all your help. I'm sure I'll be able to find a use for these fine shoes.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're okay. I was beginning to worry.
You were right not to want to venture in that dark forest, Cedric. I thought I'd never get out of there alive.
The entrance to the elves' tunnel is left exposed. Graham can see no sign of the little elves, previously working in the cavern's far reaches. wasn't a very smart move. The sign seems From here, the narrow rocky path leads east and south through the gloomy forest. Rocky has moved aside to allow Graham another passage through the forest. Strange plants and animals inhabit this dark and dreary place, while thin rays of sunlight barely break the surface of the forest's thick foliage. From here, the narrow rocky path it seems to Graham that there is an unusually large number of toads in this forest. The pervasive gloom of the forest settles around Graham like a tight, suffocating blanket. Everywhere he can hear the eerie sounds of strange creatures. The rocky, rutted footpath staggers its way through the oppressive forest to the north or to the west. The rocky, rutted A root-rutted path stumbles its way east, west, and north through the dark and gloomy forest. The dark forest seems to close in on Graham as he tentatively makes his way through it. Unseen eyes seem to watch Graham as he stumbles confusedly through the thick maze of the gloomy forest. A path, tangled with roots and vines, leads to the north and east through the dense foliage of the dark forest. The huge underground cavern seems to be a work area for a community of elves who have since abandoned it. The old log doesn't look interesting enough to bother with. The small heart is made of pure gold.
Please, don't bother me anymore. Let me weep in peace.
A graceful weeping willow tree grows beside a small pond created from her tears.
Leave my harp alone. It's mine.
Oh, what a sad song she plays. Let's try to cheer her up, Graham.
How will I find this heart of mine, taken from me for some time? Here I stand near my pool of tears. Here I'll stay throughout the years.
My heart, you found it. I don't need this old thing anymore. Look at me, I'm a princess again. Herbert!
Alicia. Where have you been all this time, my love?
Oh, darling, just take me home. I'll tell you on the way.
A beautiful harp lies on the ground near the small pond.
Now, why would she toss aside this beautiful harp? Well, if she doesn't want it, I'll take it.
It is a small harp of beautifully carved mahogany. This is the finest pair of shoes Graham has ever seen, although a bit small for his feet. Graham carries a softened lump of beeswax. It is a tiny brass key.
Where did you get this? I thought I had lost it.
Oh, is it yours? I found it in the old witch's house in the dark forest.
So that's where it got to. The old hag took it, eh? You know, this ain't an ordinary spinning wheel.
It's not? Well, what's so special about it?
Why, this spinning wheel can spin straw into gold, that's what. Except you gotta know how to use it. I doubt even the witch could figure that out. Thank you for bringing it back to me.
Oh, wait, not so fast. How about that marionette? Don't you think the price of the spinning wheel is worth at least twice that of the puppet? I'd love to have it.
Yeah, I guess so. Boy, give that marionette to the man here. I'll make you a new one. Come on, boy. Let's gather up some wood for a new puppet.
The craftsmanship of the marionette is superb. Graham tries to open the small door, but finds it securely locked.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything. Where did you get this wunderbar marionette? The craftsmanship is excellent.
Well, I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but I got it from a little gnome.
I must have it. Can I buy it from you?
Actually, you may have it if you'll give me the sled in trade.
Why, of course. But I must tell you, I think I'm getting the better deal. I can always make another sled, but finding another marionette of this quality... Ich weiß nicht.
So, can I have the sled?
Yeah, take it, it's yours.
Thank you very much. I think I'll find this sled very useful.
Well, you enjoy it, and danke for the marionette.
Papa, Mama wants you to know that it is almost lunchtime.
Okay, son. Tell her I'll be in soon.
It's you again, is it? We still don't have any shoes for sale.
What have we here? Mama, take those shoes from the young man. Let me see them. These are the finest pair of shoes I've ever seen. The leather is soft and pliable, yet sturdy. The craftsmanship of these shoes are superb. And Mama, look at the solid gold buckle. Why, I could retire from the sale of these shoes.
Then the shoes are yours. I don't think I could find a better use for them.
You are a godsend, young man. How can we ever repay you?
You don't need to repay me. Just knowing I helped you is enough for me.
Well, it ain't much, but it's all I've got to give. Here, take my cobbler's hammer. Perhaps you can find a use for it. Since I'll be retiring, I won't need it anymore. Thanks to you.
Why, thank you. A hammer could be very useful on my journey.
Take care, young man. We'll never forget this.
That's right, son. We'll finally be able to retire in comfort. You'll be in our hearts from now on. Come on, Mama, let's go home. Let's celebrate our good fortune.
A cobbler would normally use this small hammer to make shoes. The pouch is empty.
I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
You know that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey, boss! This guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rob him out.
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds.
I told you I'd repay your kindness when you saved me from that horrible cat. Good luck, friends.
Graham stoops down and picks up the sturdy rope from the stone floor. A rusty padlock securing the door prevents Graham from leaving the cellar. Using the cobbler's hammer, Graham pounds on the rusty padlock until it breaks apart. A small set of rickety wooden stairs lead up to the cellar door. Inside the cupboard, Graham sees a large, juicy leg of lamb. Reaching into the open cupboard, Graham pulls out the savory leg of lamb. The sound of men talking and laughing loudly floats through the door. It appears that the door leads outside. Finding the kitchen door locked, Graham unlocks it before going outside.
Back down the road to the east, you will run into the bakehouse.
Graham notices a grassy clearing at the edge of the woods. Not seeing the tamborine's owner, Graham bends down and rescues it from the ground. This is a large, mouth-watering leg of lamb. This is a small, well-crafted sled.
What's wrong, Graham?
That's salt water! Ugh.
What's wrong, Graham?
That's salt water!
That won't convince the snake to leave. It is an ordinary tambourine.
Begone, you slithery varmint! Scat!
A few hours later, an icy, treacherous path skirts the snowy mountainside as it winds its way upward. Even Cedric looks cold as he watches Graham traverse the icy path.
Ooh, I've never been here before, but I think this is the way over the mountains.
Graham dons his warm cloak for protection against the freezing mountain air.
No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy. The remains of an old tree poke out of the mountainside near an upper ledge. Looking upwards, Graham can see a snowy ledge above the steep cliff next to him. Graham notices a rock overhang near an upper ledge. A frozen waterfall hinders Graham's progress, as in the warmer seasons it had washed away part of the path on which he is currently traveling. Shivering with the cold, Cedric seems to be a bit befuddled and not much help. Cedric seems to be thinking big thoughts right now, perhaps planning their next move, and so is not in a talkative mood. A good strong rope is a handy item to have. Graham notices his stomach beginning to rumble with hunger from the exertion of the mountain climb. Graham finds the leg of lamb a bit tough, but tasty enough. Filling up quickly, he saves the other half for later.
Oh, be careful, Graham! No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy.
Oh, do be careful, Graham!
Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy. Graham can see tempting rock outcroppings protruding from the midst of the frozen waterfall. Cedric is too busy looking around and doesn't seem to be paying any attention to Graham at the moment.
Cedric! Drat! My sled is broken.
The broken sled is now no good to anybody. From here, the path widens and continues on to the east. In the distance, snowy mountains loom above a lovely river valley. A shivering eagle perches weakly upon a small rock. Despite his own problems, Graham's heart goes out to the poor thing. The poor eagle gives Graham a pitiful look. Graham would like to help him, but how?
What's wrong, Mr. Eagle?
I'm so weak from hunger. I haven't been able to catch any food for days. I can barely fly anymore.
I'd like to help you. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you. I need food.
This is a leftover half leg of lamb.
Here, take this. Perhaps it will help you.
You are a kind man to share your meager food with a poor bird, especially up here in these snowy mountains.
Well, I couldn't just stand there and let you starve to death. What kind of person would I be?
You have shown yourself to be a kind, compassionate man, and I will not forget what you did for me. Goodbye, dear friend.
I am Queen Isabella, and you have entered my domain now. I command you to kneel before me. Since both you and your friend over there have so thoughtlessly invaded my territory without my permission or knowledge, I have decided you shall both be put to death. Take him away, my pet.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Wait, my pet. That was very lovely music. I've never heard anything quite that beautiful before. I think I felt my heart melting. Just a little bit. Just enough, that is, to allow you a chance for your freedom. A vicious Yeti has entered the area and taken up residence in my prized crystal cave. So far, I have been unable to extricate him from either the cave or my territory. If you can rid me of the Yeti, I will release both you and your owl friend, and you two can continue on your journey unhindered. You may rise now. I wish you luck in defeating the Yeti. If you succeed, you will have my undying gratitude. Go with him, Sir Grey Wolf. Show him the way to the Crystal Cave. You may go now. Sir Grey Wolf will lead the way.
Yonder's the Crystal Cave. There you will find the Yeti.
Sir Wolf, I don't know how you expect me to conquer a Yeti. Why, he's got to be at least twice as big as me, and much, much more powerful. What do you expect me to do?
That is your problem, not mine. It has been decreed by Queen Isabella, and I must carry out her wishes. Now, no more talking. Go to the Crystal Cave.
As the huge wolf keeps a sharp eye on Graham, there is little he can do to escape his unfair and dangerous sentence. The savage gray wolf stubbornly blocks Graham's passage back to the Ice Queen's palace. Graham's only option is to go toward a distant cave, where the dreaded Yeti can be found. Graham, knowing better than to rile the large gray wolf further, now wisely keeps his thoughts to himself. The custard pie looks delicious. Brilliant crystals flashing and sparkling and reflecting off the numerous waterfalls caused Graham to gaze in awe and wonderment at the dazzling spectacle before him. So very gently, Graham hits the beautiful crystal several times with his hammer until it breaks loose in one piece. He then carefully places it among his other possessions. Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy.
I see that the Yeti is dead. Queen Isabella will be pleased. Come, follow me.
Warning: this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Ah, good. You have returned in victory, I presume.
Yes, Your Majesty, the Yeti is dead. He will no longer be a scourge upon your realm. Are my friend and I free to go now?
Yes, I keep my promises. I want to thank you for ridding my mountain domain of the horrible Yeti. Please rise, King Graham. Yes, I know who you are, and I have been informed of your quest. I do wish you luck against the wizard Mordak. You two may go. We wish you well on your difficult journey. Sir Grey Wolf will show you the way out of the mountains.
Graham's duty's done. The large gray wolf now sits in silence, blocking the passage back to the Ice Queen's palace.
Oh, if you're going back to the dreaded Yeti cave, I'll wait here.
Uh-oh, that last... Graham's duty's done. A twisty path winds confusingly along the rocky mountainside. A twisty path. A pool of water reflects the blueness of the sky, where occasionally a vision of a huge soaring bird can be observed.
Graham, watch out!
Graham rescues a lovely golden locket from the leafy clutches of the rock's nest.
Nice birdie. Good birdie. Gucci Gucci Goo.
Hang on, I'll get you out of this.
Oh, Graham, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
You'd never believe it, Cedric. You'd never believe it.
A short path starting from a ledge halfway up the cliffside winds snake-like down to a narrow beach. Graham notices a rusty iron bar lying on the sand near the bottom of the windy path. A narrow strand of beach skirts the bottom of the steep cliffs, while the cold water of the ocean seems to cunningly steal what little is left. Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now.
Look, Graham, there's a boat here. Maybe we can use it.
An old cast-off sailboat sits forlornly on the narrow sandy beach. Firmly, Graham wedges the softened piece of beeswax into the small hole in the boat's hull. Hopefully, the wax will hold and make her seaworthy.
Come on, Cedric, get in the boat.
Aye, aye, Captain. Graham, watch out!
That was a nasty sea creature.
Look, Graham. Ooh, an island. Perhaps we should explore it.
Yes, I think we should, Cedric.
Ooh, Graham, I don't like the looks of this.
Me neither.
Graham, help me!
Where'd you find him, Manada? We found him on the beach. Isn't he luscious? I don't know. He doesn't look like my type. What do you think, Krulina? I think he looks too old and tough. I like my meals to be young and tender. Don't be so picky.
The harpies aren't paying any attention to Graham at the moment.
Yes, you did. I saw you.
Several hungry-looking harpies eye Graham greedily as he frantically looks for a route of escape. To his horror, he sees none.
Oh, he doesn't count. He was already
At least this one's fresh!
What's he doing? What's that thing? I don't know, but I want it. Hey, that's not fair! Come on and get her, girl! Get her!
Half hidden in the coarse island grass, Graham notices an old fishhook. Graham quickly bends down and rescues the fishhook from the ground. It is a lovely golden locket on a delicate chain. The heavy iron bar is a bit rusted from being out in the weather. The brilliant crystal shard feels smooth in Graham's hands. This is a rusted old fishhook. Graham notices a large conch shell lying delicately upon the sandy beach. Graham bends over and picks up the beautifully colored shell. Graham can almost hear the ocean inside the spiral shell of the conch. Poor Cedric. Having been seriously wounded by the vicious harpies, he now lies moaning and in pain upon the sandy path.
Graham! Help me!
Cedric, where do you hurt?
Oh, everywhere!
Uncertainly, Graham and Cedric sail in the vast blue ocean. A crude door has been built into the front of the unusual house. A makeshift house, fashioned from the bow of a wrecked ship, occupies the south end of a small, narrow beach. With Cedric quietly moaning from the bottom of the boat, Graham decides it would be best to leave him there and go find help. Graham pounds on the door, but he finds it bolted from the inside. He can, however, hear activity within.
Who are you? And what are you doing on my beach?
I'm King Graham of Daventry, and I'm on a journey to find the wizard Mordak's island. But I seem to be stuck. I don't know where to go from here.
Hey, what's that you say? You still here?
Please help me. I need your help.
I can't hear you. Can't understand a thing you said. Gotta speak up, boy. Now get out of here.
Graham hasn't been invited into the...
What do you want?
I just need some information.
What's that you say? What's this? Now what were you wanting?
My owl friend is hurt. He was wounded by the harpies.
Wounded by the harpies, did you say? We'll bring him on into the house. I'll fix him right up. Good as new. Lay him on the bed there. These poultices should fix the little feller up good as new.
Ooh, I'm feeling better already. Tell me, what was in those poultices? My employer would be very interested in them.
Hey, what was that?
I said, what was in those poultices? My employer would be interested in them.
Gifts from the sea, lad. Gifts from the sea. Ain't nothing special. You just gotta know how to use them. I don't think he'd find them particularly interesting. Now, son, what was it you were trying to tell me before?
I was trying to find out where the wizard Mordak's island is. He kidnapped my family and is holding them hostage there. I must get to them before it's too late.
Oh, I'm right sorry to hear about that. He's a nasty one, that Mordak. I wouldn't want to tangle with him. I tried to talk you out of going there, except I can see you can't leave your poor defenseless family unaided. I can enlist someone who can lead you straight to his island. Follow me outside. Pearl, this man needs your help. He needs you to lead him to Mordak's island. It's a real emergency. Mordak's holding his family hostage. Pearl can't speak human talk, but she's agreed to help you. Just get on into your boat and follow her.
Cedric and I want to thank you for all your help, Mr.
Don't worry about who I am. You just get on over to that there island and take care of your family.
Aye, aye, sir. We're off. Come on, Cedric. Brace yourself, Cedric!
Help me, I'm caught! Oh, help!
Are you alright, Cedric?
Well, let me see. Oh, I'm fine, Graham. Just a bit ruffled is all.
A bit shaken, Cedric anxiously takes stock of their unsure situation. Unfortunately, nothing can be done about the wrecked boat. It appears that Graham and Cedric are stuck here, perhaps forever.
Oh, I hate to say this, Graham, but I don't like this place at all.
I know what you mean, Cedric.
Now what? Graham's boat has been dashed to pieces against the jagged rocks of Mordak's Island. Cedric is too busy looking around and doesn't seem to be paying any attention to Graham at the moment.
Ugh, a dead fish. Oh, maybe I can use it.
Phew! This smelly old fish is disgusting.
No, Graham, don't!
Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy.
Oh, I don't like this place. It's creepy.
Two monstrous statues of grotesque, distorted serpents face each other across the narrow trail leading to Mordak's castle. Two monstrous statues with burned-out eyes face each other across the narrow trail leading to Mordak's castle. The brilliant crystal shard feels smooth in Graham's hands. Cedric is too busy looking around and doesn't seem to be paying any attention to Graham at the moment.
Well, it looks like there's no way in. Let's turn back.
Come on, Cedric!
The strange castle, so close now, intimidates Graham as it towers threateningly before him. Cedric seems to be quietly contemplating their current situation, and so is not inclined to indulge in conversation right now. Graham has found a stone platform on the west side of the strange castle.
Well, it looks like there's no way in. Let's turn back.
Come on, Cedric!
No, Graham, don't!
Uh-oh, that last step was a doozy.
Well, it looks like there's no way in. Let's turn back.
Come on, Cedric!
See? Get in. Let's go back now.
No, I'll figure this out.
Cedric seems to be quietly contemplating their current situation, and so is not inclined to indulge in conversation right now. Graham notices a rusted grate embedded into a stone platform next to Mordak's castle. Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now. The open grate in the stone platform invites Graham's entry.
crazy to go down into that dark hole. You don't know what's down there.
Well, do you have any better ideas?
No, mind if I wait for you here?
No, that's a good idea, Cedric. You be the lookout out here.
Yes. I'll be the lookout. Be careful, Graham.
A huge beast, sporting a fluffy topknot, bound in a crude hairpin on top of his head, skulks in one dark corner of the labyrinth. Graham reaches down and grabs the hairpin off the labyrinth floor. Graham looks around in terrified confusion as he finds himself in a labyrinth somewhere underneath Mordak's castle. Graham looks around in terrified.
Oh, you're...
Well,
No.
no, that's a...
Yeah.
Graham reaches down and grabs the hairpin off the labyrinth floor. There is a wooden door here. Perhaps it will lead into the castle. Graham tries to open the wooden door, but to no avail as it's securely locked. The hairpin is made of a carved piece of bone with a sharp metal clip attached to it. Graham would look silly wearing that hairpin. Graham inserts the hairpin into the door's large keyhole and discovers, to his amazement, that it fits perfectly. Turning it ever so gently, he soon hears a soft click, and the door is unlocked. A set of wide steps leads up from the labyrinth door to a pantry off the wizard's kitchen. Graham scans the various items lining the open shelves, but doesn't see anything of interest. Inside, a closed cupboard in the corner of the pantry catches Graham's interest. Graham's eyes fall on a bag of dried peas in the open cupboard. Reaching into the open cupboard, Graham retrieves the bag of dried peas. Graham surveys Mordak's kitchen in disgust. It is an untidy mishmash of dirty pots, jars with unidentified contents, rags, and assorted junk. Even with all that, Graham can see nothing that interests him. A lovely young girl with long black hair, olive skin, and flashing green eyes laboriously scrubs the cold stone floor. Though wearing rags, her beauty nevertheless shines through.
I would never hurt you. I'd like to help you.
I don't believe you! You're probably one of them!
I'm not. Believe me.
Just go away! Please! I don't want to talk to you anymore!
It is a lovely golden locket on a delicate chain.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
Wherever did you find my gold locket? I thought it was gone for good. I lost it on the island just after I was brought here by Mordak.
You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. But tell me, who are you, and how did you come to be here?
My name is Princess Cassima, from the Kingdom of the Green Isles. My father, the king, employs a horrible wazir who befriended Mordak. When Mordak saw me, he immediately wished to marry me and bring me here. Naturally, I refused, and my father agreed with me. But our refusal angered him so much that he sold me here anyway and put me to work as a scullery girl. He says he will never let me go, that a scullery girl I will remain until I agree to marry him. But the thought revolts me. What am I to do?
Don't worry, I'm here to save my family from the evil wizard. He's got them here someplace, imprisoned inside a glass bottle. If I can manage to rescue them, then of course I wouldn't forget you either.
I know the glass bottle you're talking about. It's in Mordak's laboratory upstairs.
Keep quiet about my presence. I think this will be the most difficult part of my journey. I may not survive it.
I would never give you away, and I will help you in any way I can, kind sir. By the way, who are you?
I'm King Graham of Daventry.
I think I know where that is. It's very far from my home, though.
Don't worry, Somehow, I'll get you home again, but first I've got to save my family.
Yes, well, I'll stand by you, King Graham. I'll help if I can.
Thanks, I may need it.
Well, I'd better get back to work, and you should keep out of sight.
Aye, aye, milady.
Graham can see a small, moldy piece of cheese just inside the mouse hole. There, got it. The fishhook did the trick in retrieving the piece of cheese from the mouse hole. Graham finds himself in a dirty, dingy cell somewhere below Mordak's castle. Above him, Graham can see a damp, rusty grate leading to who knows where.
Hello.
What? Oh, Princess Cosima, where did you come from?
From the labyrinth. I spend a lot of time down here, you know, with my friends.
Friends?
Yes, like Dink and Sam. I don't know if you ever saw Sam or not. Anyway, I found this loose stone once that led here, to this cell. Now come on, you'd better get out of here.
While Princess Cosima busily scrubs the kitchen floor, Graham tries to figure out what to do next. The doorway goes into a hallway containing an unusual pipe organ. large beast lies stunned on the floor. The black cat eyes Graham suspiciously. It wouldn't be wise for Graham to carry the cat around. Graham can see into Mordak's laboratory through the doorway. This doorway leads into Mordak's bedroom. A large tome lying open upon a corner desk attracts Graham's curiosity. A large tome. This looks interesting. Graham wonders what the symbols mean. Many books and scrolls line the shelves of Mordak's library. As Graham looks them over, however, he finds them mostly unintelligible. Graham can see into Mordak's bedroom through the open doorway. Through the open doorway, Graham can see the wizard lying asleep in his bed. Mordak's wand lies temptingly upon the small table near his bed. Mordak lies asleep on his huge, horrendous bed. Graham has no idea what Mordak does with this strange contraption, but it couldn't be good. Inside the lower portion, a foul-smelling liquid bubbles, while two dangling spiked gizmos hang on a massive yoke above a couple of flat iron platters. Mordak's wand glows brightly with restrained power. Green mold covers the small piece of cheese. Graham tosses the moldy cheese into the machine's bubbling liquid. Mordak's wand now barely glows. Perhaps its power has weakened, while Crispin's old wand now appears completely energized.
What's going on here? I'll take care of you, you swine.
Graham, I've heard from Crispin.
What the? What have you done to my wand? You think you can outwit me, little man? Ha! Let me show you a thing or two. Why, you little... You think you're so smart, don't you? Well, I've got you now.
say goodbye, swine. So, this is the way you want to play.
Warning, this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
Now why won't you work? Oh, Princess Cosima. Well, I did it. Mordak is dead.
Dead? Are you sure? Maybe he's only trying to trick you.
He's dead, all right. He turned himself into a fire, and I put him out with rainwater. He'll never bother anyone else ever again. But now I have a bigger problem. I don't know what to do about my family or my castle. I don't know how to turn them back to normal.
After all you've been through, there must be a way.
Crispin!
I have the solution to all your problems, Graham. While you and Cedric were gone, I did some asking around, and I found out that your son, Alexander, had the dubious distinction, if you may, of turning Mordak's brother, Manannan, into a cat some time back. Obviously, this deed angered Mordak, who could do nothing about it, since this particular spell could only be undone by the actual perpetrator, your son. It doesn't take a great genius to figure out that Mordak took your family and castle in revenge to try to persuade Alexander to restore Manannan back to his old self. I did discover, as now I see, that your castle and family were miniaturized and imprisoned inside a glass bottle. I did some research and found the spell for turning everything back to normal. Now watch. Hocus pocus, Aliotus!
Valanies, my children, my joy knows no limit.
Oh, Father, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, Princess Cosima, how could I forget you? Come over here. Let me introduce you to my family. This is my wife, Queen Valanice, my daughter, Princess Rosella, and my son, Prince Alexander, who started this whole mess. All of you, this is Princess Cosima from the land of the Green Isles. Without her, none of us would be standing here now. She bravely saved my life.
My lady, I am deeply in your debt, and I will make it up to you. With your permission, I'd like to travel to the land of the Green Isles to see you.
All right, now that we've done with all the formalities, let's get on with business, shall we? Higgledy! Higgledy! Pooh! be assured that your castle is right back where it belongs, and the right size too. But now it's time that everyone return to their homes, with my help, of course. Alakazam, Alakazoo, Alakaz.
Wait! What about Cedric?
Where is Cedric?
Over there. Mordak may have killed him. Is there anything you can do about it?
Let me think. Ah, yes. I think I know. Abracabara? No, Abracadora? Now what is that confounded word? Oh, yes! Abracadabra!
Oh, Crispin!
Cedric, it sure is good to see you again.
Oh, likewise, I'm sure.
All right, enough is enough. Let's get on with it. Okay, Cosima, let's send you home first. Wasn't that the land of the Green Isles?
Yes, that's right. I can't wait to see my parents again. Goodbye, Alexander. Perhaps we'll meet again.
You can be sure of that, milady.
Before you send us all home, Crispin, I just want to thank you for all your help. And you too, Cedric. I wouldn't be standing here with my family without you two. I'm deeply, deeply grateful.
All in a day's work, my boy. All in a day's work, right, Cedric?
Right, Crispin.
Okay, back home you go. Alakazam. Alakazoo. Alakazee.
Well, there she is, our happy home, and we're all safe and sound once more. Let's go home, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Do you really want to quit?